Welcome everyone. We are just taking off from Lino Lakes, Minnesota, and we're headed to Waukee, Iowa. Will be our first stop just outside Des Moines. Got 277 miles to go on this leg. We're charged to 98% right now, so we have to average 2.2 miles per kilowatt hour. Live stream thing, so definitely let me know what you think, comment any thoughts, and happy to answer questions, things like that as we go. I'll also be making a main video for this as well that will be a lot more condensed. We're using the Rivian hotspot, so hopefully it does pretty well. I know it's worked well for Kyle and on his back for his live streams on road trips, so one way to find out if it works well in Minnesota and Iowa. We're driving in conserve mode on very low right now, or lowest setting. And I'll probably raise it up to low just for a little bit more comfort, or even standard if the road gets a bit rough here. Gonna film for the main video here. And we are on the road. Car estimates 293 miles of range. We have 274 miles to go. We have to average about 2.2 miles per kilowatt hour to make it all the way to Waukee. We'll maybe stop in Albert Lea or potentially at one of the charge points along 35 in Iowa. So one way to find out if we'll make it or if we need to stop and charge. So hoping for the best. This is going to be a pretty long jaunt of this trip. Glad to hear it's working well. I think probably a little bit less motion is probably helpful. I wonder if I can make the comments stay up longer. I'm new to this live streaming thing, so hopefully it works pretty all right. It's a little silly. You have to take the vehicle out of Driver Plus in order to change anything with drive modes or suspension height. So I just raised it up to low rather than lowest. I normally drive on standard, but today we need all the range we can get. Cruising along right at the speed limit here. Good morning. Not sure the northern metro of the Minneapolis suburbs is the best view, but I'm glad you think so. It is quite green and the roads are quite smooth right now, but I'm looking forward to getting out to Colorado where it's going to be a lot prettier. Now it's telling me road information unavailable, take control of the vehicle. I think it didn't like this split, or I think this is maybe a little bit new construction or something. It's telling me Driver Plus is unavailable on this road. And I'm streaming this on my iPad Mini, so hopefully it works pretty well. Back on Driver Plus here, tried it again, and it actually works. So far we're averaging 2.05 miles per kilowatt hour over the last 12 miles, so looking pretty good and should be trending up here as we're staying at a constant speed versus accelerating on the interstate. For anyone joining now, we're pretty much going straight south down I-35, and then we'll be taking heading straight west on I-80, and then we'll be heading to Colorado. So we're headed from the northern suburbs of Minneapolis-St. Paul Metro, and we're headed down to Waukee, Iowa, outside Des Moines. That will be probably the first stop. We might stop along the way, but we shall see. There's a bright orange Ram coming along the side of me. We'll see if it tries to blow by me and show off, because, I mean, what else would you expect from a bright orange Ram pickup? Morning, Brian. Still on driver cluster here, so we'll see how it handles this. It's a little ping-pongy. Keep your hands on the wheel. Road curves ahead. Hands are on the wheel. Surprisingly, it made it through that. I was not happy about it, but it did it. The 1,000 miles on the Rivian today. We're starting off at right now 485 miles, so we started with about 470 or so. You can see Minneapolis in the distance there. Very nice looking city, but it is a little foggy this morning. Welcome to anyone joining now. For anyone that's never been to Minneapolis, St. Paul, people drive notoriously slow through the entire metro. It's very strange compared to every other metro I've driven in that everyone kind of just flies around the city. I don't quite understand why everyone drives so slow here. Oftentimes people will be driving below the speed limit. Yes, I am using the Rivian's hotspot, so hopefully it's working well enough. Probably another 30, 40 miles or so through the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro, and then it will be pretty much just open road and cornfields all along I-35 headed to Iowa. Truck was not happy about that on Driver Plus, so I took over. Yes, Brian, I'm headed down 35 to Des Moines area and then across Nebraska and then dip down maybe through Wyoming. We'll see what route ends up making sense, but then to Colorado. I don't know if I'm going to be doing any hardcore off-roading that I would necessarily call off-roading, but I'm definitely going to try and take it on some like fire roads or like very mild off-roading. Off-roading my brand new expensive truck is really not my thing, but I'll try and at least get it into its natural habitat of some dirt. Maybe even if I get up in the mountains enough, I'll get some snow, and that'll be kind of fun to try it out in. Glad you enjoyed the interview with Mark. That was it was a fun video to shoot. Mark is convinced he's not good on camera, but I think he actually is quite good on camera. and he talks about his car quite well, and his car is holding up really well. Back on Driver Plus here. If you hear this beeping, it's my radar detector, so don't mind that, sorry. Hopefully it's not too loud. It is kind of close to the iPad mounted to the windshield. Driver Plus likes to keep a lot of distance. Got a ID.4 up here in the right lane. Blue, looking good. Looks like they just got their ID.4. It has a temp tag still, so hopefully it's a 2022 and they have the new software and it's a lot better than mine was. Battery degradation was pretty minimal. I don't recall the number offhand, but Mark did talk about his degradation at 185,000 on his P90D Ludicrous. I think it was pretty minimal. That chime that it's doing there, that's for Driver Plus coming on and off. I thought that person was going to merge into me, so I took over and swerved a little bit. I got it over here. So in order to change lanes on Driver Plus, you do have to disengage Driver Plus, unfortunately. Sometimes wish it was a little bit more like the ID.4 or Polestar's Pilot Assist, that you can change lanes and it lets you, and then it automatically resumes. But on Driver Plus and on Tesla Autopilot, you have to completely break the auto steering and then re-engage it after you make whatever lane change you're trying to make. Would I recommend an ID.4 for a first-time EV driver? I think it really depends on your budget. The vehicle is really good. As a vehicle itself, the software is not great. The model year 2022s and the 2023s do have the better software, it is significantly improved. It has route planning. It doesn't have preconditioning, but I don't think it really needs it. Charging's a bit faster, just overall snappier. I would say the model year 2023 that are now eligible for the new tax credit through the IRA, probably a good buy in my opinion. If it's your first EV, you can get them for a really low price. I believe they start right about 40 plus or minus a few $1,000s, and then they do qualify for that $7,500 tax credit because they're made in North America, or at least through the end of the year. It should be interesting to see if they qualify after January 1st when the material sourcing requirements take place. But yeah, it's hard to beat the value of it. Even if it's not the best vehicle, it's a great value. I am curious to see if Volkswagen brings back the lease incentive that they were running previously, that if you lease an ID.4, you get $7,500 off the cap cost, so essentially reducing your payments quite a bit and getting the tax credit as kind of a point-of-sale rebate. You're not technically getting a tax credit, but Volkswagen Credit gets the tax credit and then essentially passes it on through a rebate. So I know I've had people argue with me that it's technically you're not getting the tax credit, but you essentially are. If anything, you're getting it a bit better. Big fan of the ventilated seats on the Rivian. I just have it on the lowest setting right now, but just keeps nice little bit of ventilation so your back doesn't get sweaty or anything sitting here. Even though I have the cabin a little bit warmer actually than I would normally keep the cabin, I'd say. And having window tint keeps it really nice and comfortable, but it is only, where does it even show the temperature? 61 degrees outside. Should be getting warmer the closer we get to Colorado. There's kind of like a band of heat from Colorado south and then across east. But the whole Midwest is pretty darn cold this week. It was 90-ish degrees over this past weekend, and then on Wednesday it basically just dropped to in the 60s. It was even in the 50s when it was overcast. It was kind of a crazy temperature drop. Not used to that. I only brought a light jacket, so I was not that well equipped for how cold it got. I was actually tempted to do a road trip on the north side of Lake Superior through Canada, but then I looked at the weather. It's supposed to be pretty rainy and cold, and that's just not a road trip I want to do. Maybe another time, because that does sound like a really fun trip, but I don't think this time of year is the time to do it. Got our efficiency here, 31 miles down. We're averaging 2.3 miles per kilowatt hour, so actually better than needed to make the distance all the way down to Waukee, Iowa. So I am driving my Rivian R1T. It's a quad motor, large battery pack, which despite the name is the middle-sized battery pack in Rivian's product line. It's the only one they're delivering right now. It's 135 kilowatt hour, about 125 kilowatt hour usable. And this should get right about 300 miles if driven conservatively at interstate speeds. So the 277 that I'm going before the first charging stop, maybe, should be doable. But after that, because I'm not going to be charging it all the way up, my stops will probably be every 100 to 200 miles, just depending on the charger spacing itself. I'll probably end up skipping roughly every other Electrify America if I can. Kind of just depends on what's at the stops as well, and if it makes sense to hang out a little bit longer, or if I want to just charge up the minimum needed and then get back on the road. And I'll also be checking PlugShare to see if there are any issues at any of the stations, things like that, so I can plan accordingly. As far as the network of charging here, I'd say they're pretty okay. You can get most places today, but we definitely need a lot more capacity for the network because most charge stations are only generally 4 stalls, and a lot of times they'll have 1 or 2 down. So we have the core network, I'd say, but definitely room for improvement. We're nowhere near Norway. I've road tripped around Norway, and it is much easier, and there are charging stations everywhere. That's not quite the case here yet. Maybe in some areas like California, Colorado's decent, but not in the Midwest, that's for sure. I've got a Fox body Mustang that with exhaust out the hood that's riding right behind me and is probably going to fly by here on the left. You are so cool, bro. Gonna put it on mute here for just a second. Need to call Kaylee quick. All right, I am back here. We've got a C40 that just passed us. We had an Ioniq 5. We've had quite a few EVs drive by, like more than I would probably expect going south here. And the Polestar is going away today, so that's why I had to call Kaylee, because she was taking the license plate off of it for me. I cleaned it out before I left for Minnesota, but in North Carolina you actually have to surrender your license plates after you sell a vehicle. And I left the plates on just in case she needed to drive it, so I had to have her take them off. And she was struggling to get out of the parking garage that we park in at our apartment, because you normally have to have a sticker to get out, which seems a little strange. Sticker to get in makes sense, but a sticker to get out doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I had to tell her how she can do the manual override for the door to be able to get out, because I had done it before. Look at the chat here. Yeah, Tim, I really like the full clear wrap on the Rivian Blue as well. I tried a sample piece of the matte, and I wanted to like it because it looks a little more unique rather than just making it basically look factory. But I just think the matte wasn't the right look. It made it really light and kind of took a lot of the of sorts of the paint away. You couldn't see the metallic anymore. Hello from Minnesota, Lars. Efficiency update, we're at 2.2 miles per kilowatt hour over 52.5 miles, so pretty good, I'd say. Kaylee just sent me a Snapchat of the Polestar parked in a parking spot. She said, "Bye-bye, little guy, I never liked you," talking about the Polestar. And if you watch the selling the Polestar video, you would definitely understand Kaylee's frustration or hatred of the Polestar. Yeah, and the Pulsar is going away with 3,895 miles on it. So we're right now on the farthest following distance of Driver Plus. Maybe getting a little bit of aero benefit from this truck that's going right at 71 miles an hour, which is fine. I'll probably speed up a little bit as we keep going, or as we get farther along, but we have 223 miles still to go, and the car is estimating 239 miles. So the delta is shrinking a little bit, which is a little concerning. Oh, Brian, you were on the overpass waiting for me? I did not realize that's what you meant by your message. Yeah, certainly, if you have a clip, send it to me. I'd love to see it. And the Electrify America that we're heading to has a fair amount of successful check-ins in the past couple days, and it's an older Signet installation at a Come and Go in Waukee. I'm concerned that I won't be able to charge. We're down to 79% on the battery. And lanes not detected, take control now. And Driver Plus just decided to drop out, I guess. Tried to re-engage highway assist, unavailable right now, so we'll give it a minute, I guess. We have 200 miles until our next turn. It literally just says 200 miles until I get on I-35 South. That's my next nav direction here. And back on Driver Plus. Going to try and meet up with Kyle in Colorado, but it sounds like he's going to be traveling a fair bit, so maybe I'll try and meet up with Jordan, or even if I don't meet up with anyone, Colorado is still beautiful and want to go off-roading and kind of take it up to elevation, because middle of the country has pretty much no elevation and it's pretty lame. The efficiency display on the Rivian is not great. It shows you only the last 15 minutes, not the last 15 miles, which is not that useful. But I'm going to try and lower it down into the lowest suspension setting for the next 15 minutes, so 1040 or so. I'll check again and see if it changes, if it goes higher from the 2.28 mile per kilowatt hour, or if it goes up, I guess. Right now we're just cruising along at 75. It's amazing how many heads turn for the Rivian. Even this kind of rough-looking Suburban or Tahoe, everyone in the vehicle was turning and looking at the Rivian as I went by. So I guess we'll start that 15 minutes over here. I had to give it some acceleration there to get around that slow RV. At 1040, we'll take a look. what area are you in that you're concerned about no service, because Rivian has mobile service all over the place. Yeah, Lalo, I actually know a Rivian owner in Tennessee in the Nashville area, and they get service out of Atlanta, but it sounds like they can do loaners and drop-offs and pickups and things like that. Actually, Charlotte is serviced out of Atlanta as well, so kind of in the same boat as you, but I'm personally not too concerned. Lars, I'll be driving in the next week or so, probably about 60 hours. Head to Colorado, and then I'll be driving out to North Carolina to get home. But today I'll probably be on the road until pretty late, probably 8, 10 o'clock, somewhere in there. It's 10:30 right now in the morning. And we'll actually be going back 1 hour in time when we cross into mountain time, depending on how far we get. I think that's around North Platte area of Nebraska, if I remember correctly, for time change, but I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while since I've driven through Nebraska in any vehicle. The last time I went through Nebraska actually may have been, no, it wasn't in my Tesla. It was in the ID.4 going from Colorado to Minnesota. So this is nearly a repeat of the route I went in the ID.4 from Colorado to Minnesota, but just reversed. And probably with less charging stops, given that the Rivian has quite a bit more range than the ID.4. Well, I don't have a fleet of cars. The Rivian's my only vehicle. I am not Kyle. So far, Driver Plus is doing really well. It's not amazing around the city, but it doesn't have to be. As long as it works on the interstate, I am happy as a clam. My goal for today for distance is to make it to Sterling, Colorado, but we shall see. If I end up spending the night in Nebraska, that's no big deal either. Totally fine to drive a few hours to make it the last bit tomorrow. It's, I believe, around 16, 17 hours Minnesota to Colorado with charging. So it's really not too bad, and especially if I can get a hotel with charging, I'll probably charge at whatever the nearest Electrify America is up to 50, 60%. That way I can actually get to 100% overnight at the hotel, because most charging is only 6 kilowatts. Some Tesla destination are 11 kilowatt, which is much better. But at 6 kilowatt, if I'm only at the hotel and arriving pretty late and taking off pretty early in the morning, you're really not gaining a whole lot with a battery this big. You might get 40, 50%. Robert, the Driver Plus, which is Rivian's autopilot equivalent, is working really well. It's cut out a couple times when the lane lines were not great or when they went away, but overall, very happy with it so far. The ride is certainly a bit more rough in lowest versus low. Bit aggressive with the slowdown there for no reason. We just dropped to 74%. I missed 75%, but we've gone 70 miles, which is making it look pretty good to be able to get the 277 we needed to go. So that puts us right about 280 or so from 100% to 0, I guess. I can always slow down a little bit if needed, because slowing down is the easiest way to add range to any EV. Yeah, Robert, I agree. I think the solution for hotel charging is probably to have load sharing of some sort, but have adequate capacity for that load sharing, because I mean, you'll end up with plug-in hybrids and things that are tying up charge ports for all night when really they only charge for 2-3 hours at most. And then that will leave a lot of capacity for all the other vehicles. But the other tricky part with that is then you're also having to run heavier gauge wiring to all of them, even if they're not necessarily running at that higher output. So it's certainly a tricky conversation with cost involved, but I think we'll see some creative solutions over time. Yeah, the truck on the navigation still is convinced that we won't make it to Waukee. Yeah, Robert, that did cross my mind to have like some that are 3 kilowatt or something, and then have others that are 11 or 19 kilowatt, but most people are not great at following those signs. I mean, just look at most Electrify America stations with the 150 and the 350 kilowatt stations. I mean, the amount of Bolt drivers that are using 350 kilowatt stations is just ridiculous when they're getting absolutely no benefit from it. seems we're actually climbing a bit in elevation, so my slight attempt of testing efficiency of lowest versus low is not accurate. It's actually going down because my radar detector shows me elevation and climbing a bit. We went from, I think, around 800 feet when we started to now we're up to about 1100, and it's climbing a bit. I am currently between Faribault and Owatonna, Minnesota, heading south, almost to Owatonna. Rivian does have a consumption graph, but it only shows you the last 15 minutes, and it's only on the console, or on the instrument cluster, so it doesn't really give you a whole lot of information. It's not as good as Tesla's. But Tesla seems to be killing off their energy app of sorts, because the new Model S and X don't have one, which is very strange. Yeah, Tesla removed it from the voice commands. It's very strange that they would take that away. It doesn't really make any sense. No, I did not see the leaked thing of new energy graph, but that's certainly promising. Because I think it's not necessary for most people, but there's no reason to remove it, and I think it's still good to have on every EV. Yeah, if the new one breaks out all the different things, it would finally be at parity with the consumption app of sorts on the Chevy Bolt, though Tesla's does have the graph and everything, which is really useful. But it's a little strange that Tesla hasn't had a breakdown of what's using energy until, I mean, even still today. It seems like a very strange omission from Tesla's part, and for something that should be relatively easy to add. How is the audio, by the way? Because I've got the iPad on the passenger side of the windshield, and not sure how good the microphones are on that, especially if there's a little bit of wind noise or anything. Sweet. Glad to hear the audio is good. Starting to get a little fall colors, I'm seeing, which is nice. consumption update, we've gone 88 miles. We're at 67%, and we're averaging 2.16 miles per kilowatt hour. We've used 41.1 kilowatt hour. Average speed 63 so far. Oh, that's awesome that there's a Rivian in the same spec as mine, even with Ocean Coast, because that's not super common yet. You might see Ryan there. I think he has a silver loaner R1T right now, but he has a Red Canyon R1T as his own truck. Good morning. For anyone joining, I think we're south of Owatonna now. Let me look. Yeah, we're south of Owatonna, Minnesota, and we're headed down to Waukee, Iowa, which is just on the west side of Des Moines. And the eventual destination is Colorado. So actually, I think we're going to make a detour to the Electrify America in Albert Lea, because it's a very slight detour. Let's see here. Because I just looked on the Electrify America app, and it's actually showing that one of them is in use. All of the 7 out of the 8 plugs, because this is an all CCS station, are showing as unavailable. And then one of them is showing in use, the 350 kilowatt CCS. So probably, I mean, I might plug in briefly if I can, but I'm just curious to see what the state of the station is, and if it's actually functional or not. Because PlugShare indicates that it's completely down, including a broadcast message from Electrify America saying that the entire site is down. So just curious, so I can update accordingly. And maybe they're already ripping it out, but this station's only been in place for maybe 6 months, if that. Yeah, it looks like it opened in July 19th, so it's been open a little over 2 months, and it looks like they might already be ripping it out. because it is ABB hardware, so one way to find out how it goes. Got to shoot a clip for the main video here, and the battery is actually preconditioning as well. So we have driven 94.9 miles so far. We're averaging 2.13 mile per kilowatt hour, which is not bad, but slightly worse than we need to be to make it all the way to Waukee, Iowa. So I am going to do a slight detour to the Albert Lea Electrify America. There's a message on PlugShare indicating that the entire station is down, but I checked the Electrify America app, and it looks like one of the stations is in use, and on PlugShare there actually was someone with an Ioniq 5 checked in as using it right now. So I don't need to charge there, so I'll just swing by, and if it's totally full and I can't charge, that's fine. But it's 17 minutes away, and it says we'll arrive there with 162 miles of range. We're at 190 miles of range right now, 63%. It's a little bit dumb. The Rivian doesn't tell you what percentage you'll arrive with, only what mileage you'll arrive with. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the state of that station is, and maybe we'll get a little bit of charge. And the battery is preparing battery for fast charging, so we shall see. So here you can see kind of what it looks like. So 1.97 the last 15 minutes. We're at 63%, 189 miles. And there is that preparing battery for fast charging message. And that's the Albert Lea Electrify America at a Casey's gas station convenience store. So should be pretty decent. Driver Plus handled that brake and lane line actually better than I expected it to. I am eventually headed to Colorado, but today I'll probably make it most of the way across Nebraska, and then hopefully just have a couple hours tomorrow. Or really, if I'm feeling super awake, I'll continue all the way to Colorado, but I don't have anything booked, so I'll just continue until I don't feel like continuing any further. Brian, that's awesome that you got a clip of me. If you can send that over somehow, that would be awesome. Ride is actually surprisingly good, and I'm on the lowest suspension setting, but with the ride set to soft. That way I can get hopefully a little bit better efficiency, because the lower you are, generally the more efficient the vehicle is. But normally for just day-to-day driving, I drive it on the standard ride height in soft, and it's actually quite a bit more compliant than even this is. And for some of these other jaunts where I don't have like the whole battery of range to use, or I don't need to use the entire battery to get to the charging stop, I'll probably just run it in standard for a little bit better comfort. It rides nothing like a normal truck, if that's what you're getting at. I actually drove my friend Tim's Silverado this morning, and that is definitely a truck as far as how it drives. The Rivian does not drive like a truck, it drives like a car. I'm going allegedly slightly over the speed limit, not going that fast though. Yeah, I've never tried out the live stream while driving, but it seems to be pretty successful for Kyle and Out of Spec, so figured I'd give it a shot, especially since I'm doing the driving anyway, and the Rivian has a built-in hotspot with unlimited data, so really no reason not to. And I do have glass cleaner and cloths and everything, so I'll be doing my best to keep the windshield nice and clean for you guys. And the main video is actually being shot on my new iPhone 14 Pro, so hopefully the video quality is even a slight bit better than usual. It's a pretty simple setup that I have for streaming. I'm just using my iPad Mini on a suction cup mount to the windshield, and it's connected to the hotspot of the car, and I do have it plugged in with a 120 volt USB-C power supply, but I could have plugged it directly into USB-C if I wanted, so It's essentially like I'm streaming with my phone, but that way I still have my phone free to record the main video. That's why I'm using the iPad Mini for the actual streaming. And it's not like the quality matters a ton for this, because it's just going to be kind of choppy from the YouTube streaming anyway. So the camera and the iPad Mini is adequate. And I'm curious if this ends up dropping out at all. I think there's generally pretty good service along the routes that I'm going, but certainly let me know if it drops out. I'm curious. Yeah, Ron, I'm looking forward to the weather out in Colorado. It's pretty chilly in Minnesota, so I was glad to see that the temps are nice in Colorado still. Though I probably will go in the mountains, and it's a bit chilly up there. But yeah, the elevation loss of power, I guess lack thereof for EVs, is very nice. And we're about 6 miles out from the Albert Lee Electrify America. Andrew, so I actually just got one of my confirmations for the ID.4 to like place the next step, the $400 in addition to the $100. And I think I am going to place it. It's for the small battery S, because since we sold Kaylee's car, she is considering getting another car, despite my telling her she really doesn't need one, because she really doesn't. She wants one for, I guess, peace of mind of having a car always at home. But I think the ID.4 would be a pretty good option for her, given that she doesn't need a ton of range, and the S small battery gives you a lot of the creature comforts, but with a lower cost, and she doesn't need the big battery. And it's fully refundable, so if we end up not wanting it, we'll just get a refund, and the dealership certainly won't complain about having another vehicle to sell. I don't know if I necessarily have a thing about the worst part of being a YouTuber. I would say maybe titles. I've started to use kind of clickbaity titles, and I kind of hate it, but it seems to be working and getting more views. So I'd say probably creating titles is my least favorite part of YouTubing. I don't really mind thumbnails a whole lot. Editing is pretty easy for me. I've gotten that pretty much down to a science at this point, and I can do it fairly quick. Road trips definitely take more time to edit, but like day-to-day videos with not 50, 60, 70 clips, they're pretty fast for me. So overall, being a YouTuber is pretty enjoyable for me. But something like a video about pedal mapping would certainly be tricky to make a thumbnail about, because you're not going to take a picture of the pedal, but how else do you convey that that's what you're talking about? I don't know, I'd maybe use like the power graph if you're using a GT, or the little power meter. But I'm curious to see your thoughts on the pedal mapping, because I think the Waukee, and I would assume the F-150 Lightning, I haven't driven one yet, they just have terrible pedal mapping. I drove a Waukee California Route 1 for about 2 weeks between the ID.4 and the Polestar, and I was not a fan of the pedal mapping at all. It's actually really hard to modulate at low speeds. Now we're exiting here to Albert Lee. We're 1.8 miles from the charging station. It kind of goes along the route here, so we're just taking a little bit of a side road. It's the old business 35 loop. And then I think it joins back, or I have to just cut across after I charge there. The regen on the Rivian is awesome. This is entirely regen all the way, and I'll come to a complete stop even. There's a Walmart here to your left that you can't see. I'm surprised that they didn't put the Electrify America there, but I'm also kind of glad they didn't. And it still shows the preparing battery for fast charging, so I'm not sure if it's actively still heating the battery or what the case may be, because it actually completed at 100% on level 2 overnight, and the battery should be decently warm, but probably not warm enough for optimal DC fast charging. But we're also at 56% right now, so it shouldn't need that warm of a battery. I can't turn there, but it wants me to. Oh, there it is. I guess I go up here and flip around, it looks like. This is kind of a construction mess. Turn lanes here, and I guess they're doing some skid steer work, so that's fun. And I see the Electrify America off to the side there. Taking it off-road, I guess. Got some mud here. Kind of wish I had put it in standard ride height before going through that. That was not the smoothest. I'll probably do that for the way out. So how do I get back here? That's a good question. Okay, looks like I go in from this side. Let's look on the Electrify America app and see which one it thinks is active. So number 3 should be the one that maybe works. So how the heck am I going to use that? I think I'm actually going to pull around to the other side, and it's going to be easier with the left front charge port. So definitely not using it as intended, but I think this is going to be much easier. Let's pull up the cameras here. Think that should reach. So I'm gonna get out and try this out. It'll be part of the main video, and I'll let you guys know if it works here. Let me see if I can switch it to the energy screen here. Sorry about that. Sorry, trying this out here to see if I can get it to show the screen somehow. I think that's about as good as I can get it for now. Turn it slightly so you can really see the... Let me know in the comments how that is. Hopefully it's not bad, but I'm gonna get out and try charging here. And I'm gonna record for the main video as well. And we just arrived here at the Albert Lee Electrify America. We're at 55%, 165 miles. And let's see how far we have to the Waukee station. And see what it wants for charging. So I'm gonna remove those charging stops. So still 163 miles, and we have, like I said, 165 miles of range right now. I pulled onto the wrong side. Hopefully the live stream is still working. Let me know, because I didn't realize that it would lock, and I know I have to like keep it on show and tell or something. So comment, but I'm gonna try and start charging now. So we're starting, maybe. Good noises, okay. And kilowatt, because that's the proper method here. And I think it should get probably like 150 still at the 55%. I'm not super familiar with the charge curve yet. Yeah, so we're getting 150 kilowatt, not bad. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. So we'll probably charge up here, gain like 10-15% or so, and then get back on the road, but I'm gonna shoot for the main video. Pretty uneventful. I think 150 is probably pretty close to what it should be getting at the 56% here. And yeah, it works, so there's that. Can't really complain a whole lot, but Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realize the screen shut off here. Next time I'll put it in show and tell mode. That'll leave the screens on, but we're up to 66%. Let's see what it says for estimated range to Waukee. I think I have to try it again, see what happens. So it didn't complain about not enough range this time. We're up to 200 miles of estimated range, still getting 118 kilowatts. In theory, it should work. Let's try it this way. Instead of resuming a trip, have it calculate again. Okay, so it still wants a charging stop for 13 minutes, so remove charging stop. It says charging required. Go anyway. See if it will calculate. I wish it would just tell me the percentage it thinks I'll arrive with, even if it's a negative number similar to Tesla. That would be ideal. So this screen shows, okay, never mind, 68, that's right. So we've added 23 kilowatt hours so far. So 216 miles for the live stream. I stopped the charging because I think we're ready to head out. It was slowing down the charging quite a bit. And let's just see here. Yeah, so now it's estimated we'll arrive to the Waukee station with 27 miles of estimated range. So that's like 10%, which is more than enough. And we're gonna hit the road after I unplug. All right, let me get the live stream here back into driving position. Should be good there. Apologize for the movement there, hard to avoid. And we'll get back on the road. And I'm gonna raise the car up to standard ride height for the drive out of that little mud. So we charged from 55 to, I believe it was 55. I took a picture of the Electrify America screen. If it wants to show me my photos. Yes, we charged from 55 to 71 according to the Electrify America charging station, which should be more than enough to give us a buffer to get to Waukee. I believe I go out this way. Let's see. Yep, so I go out this way. Standard ride height should make this muddy area a little less painful. And we're getting back on 35 South. I'll lower it back down here, all the way down to lowest. Or actually, I'm gonna put it on low. Give myself a little bit more ride comfort, and I'll check the comments again in a moment here once I'm settled back in on Driver Plus. The motors just sound great in this if you can hear them. Wasn't too bad of a detour to get to that station. And we've got 161 miles to go with 215 miles of estimated range. So let's get back on Driver Plus and see what you guys are saying in the comments here. Mo with your EV charging on blue exit signs. I think some areas allow that, and there is a federal interstate system alternative fuels corridor program. So there is some precedent for it being a thing, but I think we're still a while off from adding it to the actual amenity signs, especially given that so many charging stations are at third-party site hosts. So that definitely adds some complexity. Not a whole lot happened in the chat while I was streaming. Hopefully that worked okay as far as being able to see the screen. Let me know if it did. But I'm glad to have a bit more of a buffer and not have to watch my speed as closely, at least for sake of range. Sorry about that. If the connection's not great, not a whole lot I can do about it. I do have full LTE signal according to the car though, so it should be okay at least. Looks like my range estimate on arrival is actually going up. It's now up to 29 miles, so no reason to keep the speed so low. I have the whole battery, may as well use it. Crossing into Iowa. Road information not available. Take control of vehicle. I'm not sure why. That's not great, because this is I-35 through Iowa. I would certainly hope that road information would be available here. Yeah, it just says unavailable on this road when I try and activate Driver Plus. So, not loving that. Well, that's good. Apparently you can zoom in on live stream on YouTube, so next time we're charging, I'll zoom in on the charge speed so you guys can see it a little better. Seems the connection might be a little spotty, so hoping for the best here. Brian, it still has adaptive cruise, it just does not have lane keeping. Oh, but actually now I can activate it again, so I guess it just didn't have lane keeping for that small section, so that's all right, I guess. Got a bunch of windmills off to my left here. anything you guys want to know about the Rivian, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys may have. Or about road trips in general. Any topics you guys want me to discuss, because one of the main reasons I do the live stream, or at least why I'm trying it, is to mitigate the boredom that comes with driving on very straight interstates. It looks like if I charge for about 27 minutes in Waukee, I can make it to the Omaha Electrify America and then charge briefly there to go to Lincoln. Or I can charge a bit deeper in Waukee and then make it all the way to Lincoln. It's about 180 miles, it looks like, from Waukee to Lincoln, so that should be pretty easily doable. I guess it just depends on how I'm feeling at Waukee, if I want to maybe run somewhere and grab food, or if I want to stick around a little, or if I want to have a brief stop and then just head to Omaha. So either one is an option, at least. We'll also see how the charging speeds are going in Waukee and go from there. If we're getting great speeds, I'll just stay until we taper, because you can't really count on it being that way the whole time. haven't heard anything too concrete as far as production ramp. It does seem like they're delivering a whole lot more vehicles than they have before, which is awesome. My VIN is in the 11,000s, which is pretty high, I'd say. They're not fully sequential, but it seems like they're fairly sequential-ish. But I think it should be interesting to hear their Q3 results when they announce those, probably sometime in October after this month. So I don't hold any automaker stock, no Rivian, no Tesla, nothing. So I don't really care that much. I just know that the truck's awesome, and I am curious to see the delivery numbers, mostly just to see how the company's doing overall. So I'll be curious also to see the mismatch between production and deliveries, because it seems like Rivian is maybe not doing the best job at matching the available flexible on configuration, because they have the R1 program, which is open to some reservation holders, but not everyone. And I think if they open that a little bit more broadly, they'd have a lot easier time matching produced vehicles to customers willing to take them, even if it's not their intended configuration. But from what I've been seeing on the R1T shop, it seems like a lot of trucks have been put into the R1T shop, and they're not moving that quickly, because I think a lot of the people that still haven't taken delivery are probably a little bit more picky about what configuration they get. Larry, I did check most of the stations on PlugShare, and most seemed okay. Not great, but okay. I'm not super concerned about being able to make it all the way, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, it seems like most of the stations across Nebraska are the older Signet units, which generally seem to be okay. They might not give the full speed, but they'll at least charge you at like 100, 120 kilowatt, which is not ideal, but not awful either, not trip breaking. power consumption since departing Lino Lakes. Let's see here. So far I'm averaging 2.01 miles per kilowatt hour, but I did make kind of an unintended stop in Albert Lea and added about 15% to the battery, so I increased the speed a bit since, and my last 15-minute average is 1.77 mile per kilowatt hour, so it's definitely trending down a little bit, but that's okay because I added that buffer and with the intent of using it up with a bit of speed. But it's still projecting 29 miles on arrival to Waukee. And keep in mind, I raised the suspension as well to the low setting instead of lowest. And I do have the 20-inch all-terrain tires, so definitely not the most efficient configuration on this vehicle. We're at 50% charge right now. We've got 106 miles to go to Waukee. Should be no problem whatsoever. And Driver Plus does max out at 85 miles per hour. Yeah, I certainly won't complain about free charging, so fine by me. I'm a big fan that Electrify America is doing a lot of free charging right now. Very convenient for my road trip. I know Kyle took advantage of that as well with his Rivian towing road trip to Seattle and back. Definitely have to clean my windshield at the next stop. It's getting a bit bug splattered. guys see that very bright donk lowrider something? I don't know. It's a crazy paint job on that trailer. At first I thought it was a spray painted car, and then I realized it was actually a really well done, super shiny paint job, but definitely not my style at all. The Rivian is very comfortable for road trips so far. I do wish it had massaging seats, which is kind of weird that it doesn't, considering it's a very premium truck, but overall comfort, excellent, low noise, great ride, range is really good, so no complaints from me. This is definitely an upgrade from the ID.4 and definitely from the Polestar. I'm glad I stopped at Albert Lee to be able to pick up the speed a little bit with that buffer. I did consider the 21-inch wheels, especially if it had made it possible to take delivery sooner, but I really like how the 20-inch all-terrains look, and I actually have 9 speed bumps between the entrance to our parking garage and where I park, so I wanted the maximum sidewall possible to minimize how rough that was, because in the Polestar it was not fun at all, and same with the Mini, so it just made sense to go with the all-terrains for styling more than anything else, I guess. And it seems to be a more rugged tire in a more available tire size, so there should be more options. Yeah, I don't necessarily think I'm going to do a whole lot of off-roading either, but I did want the more durable tire for dirt roads and things like that, and the styling was certainly a big factor in that as well. I probably would have been fine with the 21-inch all seasons, but I also wanted to have more tire options, and I believe the only tire currently available in the size for the 21-inch road tires is the factory tire, which is not great. And the tires don't seem to be doing that well from what I'm seeing from posts. It seems like they're wearing fairly quickly and are not that durable of tires, so that played in as well. And it's like raining bugs on my windshield. Definitely have to clean that. Yeah, and I'm actually really impressed that the all-terrains are not noisy at all. On acceleration, you can hear a little bit of tread noise, but just cruising along, you don't hear the tires at all. That was probably my biggest concern with the all-terrains, especially since if you drive by like a Jeep or a Raptor or something with all-terrain tires, you can hear it inside a different vehicle, but somehow the Rivian seems to have really quiet all-terrains. There's also actually a Nokian all-terrain tire available in the Rivian factory 20-inch size. So when it comes time to eventually replace these, I might consider going with those instead. And those are actually 10-ply, so they're even more durable, but might compromise on ride comfort and noise. picked up the speed a little bit, and I'm averaging 1.68 mile per kilowatt hour for the last 15 minutes. So not great efficiency, but I'm fine with it. And the average so far for today is down to 1.96 over the course of 190.9 miles. The arrival range estimate is down to 23 miles, so that's dropping a little bit, but that is fine. I think we've already cut like a few minutes off of the arrival estimate. Saying we'll arrive at 1:44 p.m. to the come and go in Waukee. If anyone is just now joining, we're driving from the Minneapolis suburbs. We're eventually heading to Colorado, probably not today, but right now we're a bit north of Des Moines, Iowa, and we'll be charging next in Waukee, Iowa, which is just on the west side of Des Moines. Do you know what tires are on the F-150 Lightning 20-inch wheels? I'm not sure. Are those the factory wheels for the more base trims, or are those an upgraded wheel? Yeah, the Lightning wheels definitely wouldn't work on the Rivian, but I am curious what tires they're using on the 20-inch factory wheel. And if this, are they the same tire size as the Rivian or no? I would imagine they're probably smaller. Yeah, if they're smaller, they're gonna have a range and efficiency and everything impact, so probably not going to put smaller 20 inches on. I mean, if they were the same overall diameter 20-inch road tires, then yes, they would improve efficiency, but if they're smaller, they wouldn't. Oh, there's another Rivian coming at us. That was a El Cap Granite in the oncoming traffic. Cool to see. And I just got a preparing battery for fast charging message, and we're 70 miles out from the Waukee charging station, so that comes on pretty early, I could say. and recording for the main video. So we are 70 miles out from the Waukee charging station, and the preparing battery for fast charging message just now came on. So kind of interesting strategy there. Must be that it's about an hour, or maybe it's using battery temperature. But battery should be pretty warm because we did do 150 kilowatt for a little bit there at the Albert Lee station, and it's 77 degrees out, so I can't imagine it cooled off a whole lot unless the vehicle was actively cooling it. And efficiency, 207 miles driven so far, 1.94 miles per kilowatt hour. I did increase the speed a little bit, so that's certainly a factor. And yeah, we're just continuing on here through the drive of a lot of cornfields, basically. I'm averaging 1.93 miles per kilowatt hour, but I upped the speed a fair bit since I added the buffer in Albert Lee, so I didn't need to drive as slow to be able to make it all the way at the same speed. I'll just say that Driver Plus Max is out at 85 miles per hour. Yeah, it's just raining bugs. I didn't get a ceramic coating, but the paint protection film I have on the entire truck is SunTech Reaction, and it has a built-in ceramic coating, essentially. So it'll be really easy to get it off all the painted surfaces that have PPF on them, but windshield will still get bad. I did put a combination glass cleaner and ceramic coating type spray on all the windows last night, so hopefully it's fairly easy to get all the bugs off, but I guess we'll find out when we stop. I'll probably do a cleaning with one of my dirty rags just to get the bugs off, and then actually clean it to make it clear. arrival estimate is down to 17 miles to get to Waukee. So I'll certainly slow down if I need to, but I think I'll have to slow down a bit as we get into the greater Des Moines area anyway, so it should work out. We're at 30%, 89 miles estimated range. We have 62 miles to go to get to Waukee. My charging strategy will probably be mostly charger hopping, but at least in Lincoln, I'm going to be grabbing dinner with a friend of mine. She's going to pick me up at the charging station, so that will probably be a deeper charge. And then we'll run and grab some food while it's charging, so that will probably end up being charging for like 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. For Waukee, I can either charge a little bit less and only make it to Omaha, and then also have to charge in Omaha to make it to Lincoln, or I can do a little bit deeper charge in Waukee and then make it all the way to Lincoln. So we'll see how I'm feeling in Waukee. Maybe I'll grab food or something and let it charge a little bit longer, but with the Rivian, it's kind of, you either do that brief stop and continue on, or you can do the deeper charge and then probably skip a EA station depending on how the route is set up with spacing for EA stations. But I generally try to charge as little as possible. That's interesting. I think we have a school bus pulled over up here, or it's broken down, one of the two. Yeah, I'm definitely checking PlugShare very actively before I leave any station to make sure that the next one is available, or if I need a deep charge to go beyond that or make alternate plans. So yes, PlugShare is definitely my top resource for knowing whether the stations will work or not. I'll of course check the EA app as well, but PlugShare does seem to be more reliable, and even if EA hasn't updated the status, you'll at least get some user reports generally. That noise is my radar detector. So it's beeping for a radar cruise. I haven't heard anything as far as timeline for Gear Guard working as a dash cam, but I certainly hope sooner rather than later, because that would be a fantastic feature that it's very strange that it doesn't have it already. I mean, the camp mode stuff is cool, but I feel like there are a lot of other things that should have been a higher priority for deploying as Rivian software, but who knows. I have a whole list of things that I think should be on my wish list. I'll probably make a whole separate video on that, but I'll touch a couple of the key points here. You can't create driver profiles without adding another user as a driver on your app, like for them to create their own account to use the app. You can't just like create driver profiles. Say if I wanted to create a charging profile that I have the steering wheel all the way in and the seat a little more reclined, relaxed. You can't do that. You can't switch between the cameras for rear view, so you can't use the bed-mounted camera instead of the, I think it's bumper-mounted camera. So like if you have the tailgate down, your backup camera is not very useful. I wish there was a way to manage the keys yourself versus having to have Rivian added, so if you want to buy more key cards or something. The top speed is kind of low. I wish it was like 120 or 130. You can't adjust the drive mode settings or the suspension height when you're in Driver Plus. So you have to take it out of Driver Plus if you want to make adjustments to like your drive height. So say you're driving on a bumpy road and you want to raise the ride height a little bit for comfort, you have to take it out of Driver Plus first. You can't tap on a charger when you're routing on the nav, or like when you have a route planned on the nav to see more info about it, which is kind of dumb. And I think the app could use a lot more function. So I think those are kind of my key points for things that I think Rivian should improve with updates. I'm sure I'll have more as I'm road tripping it. The tires, even the all-terrain tires, are H-rated, which is 130 miles an hour. There's no reason for 112 mile an hour top speed. It could easily be 125. I never really paid attention to how many trucks are on the road until now that I'm driving a truck, but there are literally trucks everywhere, especially here in the Midwest. Road information not available. Take over. Quite a few lane shifts going on here. efficiency is going up a bit here as the speeds are a little lower with traffic. Getting 1.94 mile per kilowatt hour the last 15 minutes. And we're up to 1.93 for the last 243 miles. Used 126 kilowatt hour. Another 32 miles to get to Waukee. Still estimating 17 mile on arrival. Which is pretty good. I think that should be somewhere around like 7-8%. I wish it would just show me my percentage when I arrive. So we're down to 18% currently with 54 miles estimated. So it turns out when the estimated range goes below 50 miles, that's when the little battery bar goes to 17%. I'm gonna get a clip for the main video. So it turns out when the estimated range goes below 50% or 50 miles, it turns to yellow. It has nothing to do with the percentage, which is a little weird. I wish it was probably based on 20%. And there we also have the battery low. And here we have it. We're going to be arriving with 18 miles of estimated range, and we're 28 miles away. So it should be nice and low when we arrive. Hopefully we can get 200 kilowatts. Thank you for the super chat, John. Nice. You're at a car show in Duluth, and which Model 3 was? Oh, nice. Model X. Okay. This Lexus is just cruising along the left lane, blocking quite a few people. I'm curious to find out if I see any other Rivians on the road, or it'd be cool. Soon, but I'll probably decide to call it night wherever I end up, around like somewhere between 8 and 10 p.m. Trying to get as close to Fort Collins, Denver, somewhere in there as I can, but where I end up. Probably somewhere in western Nebraska. People in this F-150 to the left here are very much gawking. It's kind of funny. And they have Texas plates on their F-150. Going to 35 south, so I gotta get over here. All the noises this car makes are pretty pleasant. So I'm trying to come up with license plate ideas, and one of the North Carolina plate styles that I want is only 4 characters that you can customize. So any ideas, I'm certainly open to it. I-80 West. It is 15 miles, 15 minutes to the next charger. That's in Waukee, Iowa. We're currently at 12%. It's projecting we'll arrive with 19 miles of charge, and it's currently saying 36 miles of charge remaining. Welcome. I am absolutely loving the Rivian. It meets all my expectations and then some. That's not to say perfect. Definitely has some room for improvement, but overall, really enjoying the Rivian. Looks like one of the stations is currently in use at the station we're about to go to, so one of the 350 kilowatt, and then there's another 350 kilowatt available, so hopefully we can snag one of the 350s so that we can get about 220 kilowatts. Yeah, I don't think Rivian's really delivering in Canada yet. I think they might have a few in Vancouver area, but I don't think they're really doing anything in Eastern Canada quite yet, to my knowledge. But I've actually been to Montreal and Toronto fairly recently, and I've seen a decent amount of lightning, a surprising amount actually. And we're down to 10% battery, and it's showing a red battery icon. Get a clip for the main video here. And we just crossed down to 10%, and we're getting a red battery icon there. So we're 9 miles away from the charging station, and looks like we'll arrive there with 19%. Totally fine. So I'm just going to continue on here, and we'll see you at the charging station. almost at 4 hours of streaming and therefore 4 hours of driving. So I've been on the road for quite a while. Brian coming in here with jokes. It's actually surprising how many people are genuinely convinced that you can only level 2 charge and that you actually have to stop and charge for 8+ hours between every charge, even on road trips. Which I don't quite understand how that became such a common misconception, considering that there's tons of people that take road trips in EVs, and how would that even work? You certainly couldn't do that in the middle of the day and continue on, and yet all these people are doing road trips just like me. Critical thinking is not a very common skill anymore. I would guess this charging stop will probably be about half hour or so. Car wants us, or truck wants us to charge for 28 minutes, but that's only to make it to the Council Bluffs, Omaha area station. But we might charge deeper and make it all the way to Lincoln. The truck is not very fast in conserve mode, but it does seem to improve efficiency. Yeah, I'll try and change it or do a different angle for the charging screen to make it a little easier for you guys. I just didn't want to do anything too crazy at the last one because I knew it was going to be a very brief stop, but this should be a little bit longer stop, so I'll make it better for you guys. we're up to 82 degrees outside actually, so it's getting a bit warm. Oh, I've been to this one. It's been a while though. Okay. This one's right by a fleet farm, so maybe I'll run in there. It's been a long time since I've been to a fleet farm. And no one else is charging, so that makes it easy for me. There's a lot of car haulers, which is kind of interesting, like recreational car haulers with race cars hanging out the back. And I have no idea which one is a 350, which one's not, so let's see here. Gotta take a look. So it looks like these middle ones are the 350s, so I'll use this one here. It's so strange not backing into charging stations, having had multiple EVs prior, that you back in. Let me pull up the cameras so I can get nice and close. Just like that. Perfect. Throw it in park. Let me see. I'm gonna try out this quick. See how this works. Otherwise, I'll try a different angle here. That's not ideal. Move you guys to the roof. Sorry if this is shaky. 1 minute here. How's that for an angle? I'll zoom it in a little bit too. Pretty good? Slightly down. And I'm going to put it into show and tell mode here. Oh, I guess it won't let me because I'm below 30 miles of range. Well, anyway, let me record for the main video. I'll get plugged in here and we can continue this. And as you can see, we have arrived to the Waukee, Iowa Come and Go Electrify America charging station. We have the whole site to ourselves here. We arrived with 17 miles of range, or 6%, and we'll continue the trip here, see what it says. And it wants us to charge, I believe, 27 minutes to get to Council Bluffs, Iowa, which is over here near Omaha. But I might run into Fleet Farm way back there. If you're not familiar with Fleet Farm, they have some cool stuff. It's kind of like a farm supply place, but not really my normal cup of tea, but kind of cool to just visit. And if we do that, we'll probably just continue all the way to Lincoln. But without further ado, let me get plugged in so we're not wasting time talking when I could be charging and talking. We're getting 193 kilowatts. That is awesome. And sorry, I need to get this on the right screen for you guys. We're charging, and it's going as it should. Can't really complain. Give it a moment here. I'm going to let it get up to 30 miles of estimated range. That way I can put it into show and tell mode for you guys to be able to watch the live stream here. And that way I'll run inside or run over to Fleet Farm and you guys can watch the charge and leave the screens on. Is that better at all? To see it a little easier? Zoomed in slightly. I think that should go through. There we go. That might be hopefully a little easier to see. Try tilting this a little bit too. I think the grid here will survive. And it's 86 degrees, or I don't think that's accurate. Probably a little cooler than that. But now that we're over 30 miles, I'm gonna throw it in show and tell mode. Turn on, put it back to here. And this should stay on for you guys. So I'll be back in a minute. Hopefully it stays on, otherwise, well, it'll just be a couple minutes. I'm gonna run and use the restroom, maybe grab a snack. I'll keep an eye on it somewhat from my phone here. I am back momentarily, but it looks like we're charging really well. We're getting 209 kilowatt. We've added 56 kilowatt hour, which is really good so far. And apparently it's being vehicle limited right now. So let me get a clip for the main video. And we're still charging really well, getting 209, 210 kilowatt bouncing right there, probably just a rounding issue. And it's actually being limited by the Rivian right now, which is, I mean, I'm happy that it's being limited by the Rivian rather than by the station, though I wish the thermal envelope on the Rivian was a little bit better. But we've been charging for 17 minutes so far. We've added 58 kilowatt hour, or 58 and a half kilowatt hour, really doing, I can't ask for better. 210 kilowatt. So hope this continues, and we'll just keep going until it tapers, I suppose. All right, I think it's just about time to unplug here, so I'm gonna move the iPad down to the driving position. Sorry about that. And then I'm going to stop charging and we'll get going. We've dropped down to 85 kilowatts roughly, so definitely time to go. I think we can make it all the way to Lincoln, but might need to stop in Council Bluffs. I'm not too concerned either way. It doesn't look like it's much of a detour. But time to record for the main video here. All right, so we started at 7%. We're now at 71%. We've dropped down to about 85 kilowatts. Added 96 kilowatt hours in 33 minutes. So I think it is time to stop charging here because that is too slow. To get to Lincoln is 178 miles. We have 214 miles estimated. So I think we can make it, but otherwise there is a charger right about here in Council Bluffs, Iowa, basically Omaha. Let's actually see what it says now. It might actually let us. Remove charging stops. Start. Go anyway. So I think we're gonna do this anyway, and hope for the best. Otherwise, we'll stop in Council Bluffs there if we need to. But I think we'll be fine to make it the whole way. And let's stop charging. So 97.3 kilowatt hour added, or 199 miles essentially of charge. Session summary right there, 97.5, and let's stop charging. Just like that. Now I'm gonna unplug, we'll hit the road. All right. Oh, it says route updated, optimized based on battery usage. Okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. It still doesn't think we'll make it all the way to Lincoln, but we're gonna try anyway. And I didn't end up going to Fleet Farm, but that's fine. I don't need anything there anyway. Straighten this out. There we go. But really impressed with the charging performance for that session. This was the first time I've actually really DC charged it. I used it once at the Woodbury Electrify America just to make sure it would DC fast charge. Seemed like a reasonable idea. And then the last time in Albert Lee, that was not really a great example of a charging session, but this was the first time I've truly charged it. Definitely the AC compressor is cranking, and the fans and the compressor were going as well while we were charging. So we got to do a U-turn here and then get back on the interstate on I-80. And I-80 west we go. Really impressed with that though. And really happy that the Electrify America station worked exactly as it should. Curious to hear how long the AC compressor stays cranked like this. And I did clean the windshield for you guys, so hopefully it's clearer. I'm just reading the comments here, and yes, I definitely am appreciative of this fast charging compared to the ID.4. Even with how inefficient the Rivian is, it still charges faster. We added 95 kilowatt hour and 33 minutes of charging, which is really darn good in my opinion. And yeah, that was snack packaging, Brian. I had little kid fruit snacks that are delicious. Currently have the destination set to the Lincoln Electrify America, 167 miles away. We have 205 miles of estimated range. I think we'll be totally fine, but we can bail out at the Council Bluffs if needed. I think the overlap between the demographic for electric vehicles and breweries is pretty overlapping, so it kind of makes sense why electric car shows are at breweries. I'm certainly not complaining. conversation was not complimentary. What do you mean look like a Kyle stream? I mean, this is similar format, but people seem to watch it. I mean, hell, I watch Kyle streams. Thank you for the super chat, John. Chris from Seattle. We are in middle of nowhere, Iowa. Yes, I am on Drivers Plus, and it's worked pretty much everywhere. I had a couple sections of interstate that it didn't work on for whatever reason. Likely newly redone areas, but otherwise it seems to be pretty darn good. I'm happy with it so far. Quite windy out, and I think that's throwing Driver Plus off a little bit. Yes, I'm planning to skip the Council Bluffs unless when I get closer I really think I need to stop there, but as of now I'm planning to go all the way to Lincoln. We're currently sitting at 160 miles of estimated range, 53%, and we have 137 miles to go to get to Lincoln. I'm probably going to do a deep charge in Lincoln since I'm getting dinner with a friend of mine. And that's probably when I'll end the stream as well, and then I'll continue on, probably run through pretty much the full battery, and that might be where I call it a night. The truck still thinks we can't actually make it to Lincoln, but I don't know if that's correct. I am going allegedly the maximum speed of Driver Plus, and I didn't reset the trip when we parted the charger, but let's see the last 15 minutes, 1.5 mile per kilowatt hour. And so far, for all day, we're at 1.87. Realistically, this is not that much worse than what I've experienced in the ID.4 going across Kansas at somewhat similar speeds. Driver Plus is a little sketched through that. I had taken over and then re-engaged it, and it did not like it. Thank you, Brian. I am in, let's see what town it's called. It's Anita, Iowa-ish, along I-80. I think that's the closest town. Yeah, Chris, I've frequently gotten in the low twos with the ID.4 if I was on like flat interstate with high winds, fairly high speeds. It's even the more efficient cars really aren't that efficient, so this really isn't that much of a change. It just has a lot bigger battery pack, so you can actually go farther with it. For anyone that's joined fairly recently, we're heading from Minneapolis all the way to Denver. Right now we're west of Des Moines, Iowa. Probably going to make it most of the way to Colorado tonight, but we'll see where I end up later tonight, and we will go back 1 hour, so that helps. So far today we've driven 327 miles. Average speed, according to the trip, is 70 miles per hour, so we've been going a bit faster than that. We've averaged 1.87 miles per kilowatt hour, used 175 kilowatt hours so far, and the truck is at 797 miles on it, on the odometer. And I took delivery last Saturday, so I've had this truck 1 week, and 3.5 of those days we're sitting at Platinum Auto Wraps Tint Pros, getting full body PPF and window tint. Biking, yes, I just stopped that, or I drove by that rest stop that has the windmill blade. Chris, this was the truck that I ordered. So I got shop access, and I almost went for one of the shop trucks, but then they made the Toast update, and that was what made me decide to not go with any of the shop trucks and just went out for my order. And my order actually came in about 2 months earlier than expected. It wasn't supposed to be until October, November was my original timeline. pretty impressed. There's actually pretty good cell service, and the stream seems to be working generally pretty well on this route. Yeah, Viking, I just noticed that the EA app was having some problems. It's still showing that I'm on the active session for the last station, but I do have the Apple Wallet card on my phone, so I should be fine even if I can't activate it with the app per se, or worst case I have to call them. As long as the stations themselves are working, and if they lose network connectivity, they should default to free, so I'm not too concerned. Was there quite a bit of traffic slowdown in that area near Ogallala? So it shouldn't be too bad of a slowdown, hopefully. I'll either be passing through there early tomorrow or late tonight, so should be fine. doable when you got a truck with all-terrain tires, so I think it should be fine. I thought I got put in Rivian jail just now, but I didn't. Turns out if you accelerate beyond the speed limit of Driver Plus, it does let you turn it back on once you slow it down, which is unlike Tesla. Tesla, if you're on autopilot and you exceed the speed limit while you're on autopilot by accelerating, it will actually lock you out of autopilot until your next key cycle of sorts, or when you get out and start driving again. The Rivian is fantastic. No complaints at all. Really enjoying it. Comfortable, quiet, charges great, awesome range. Can't ask for more. I'm starting to think I might actually need to do a detour to the Council Bluffs Electrify America. It's very barely off the way, so I think I'm going to stop in there for 5-10 minutes because I'm down to 100 miles of estimated range and 95 miles to go to get to Lincoln, and we're at 33% state of charge. So I'd rather be able to drive fairly quickly however I want versus having to drive slow and make it. So 5-10 minute stop for a very minor detour is worth it to me. So looks like we'll be to Council Bluffs in about 33 minutes, 33 miles. And I don't think I've ever actually been to the Council Bluffs charger either. I believe with the ID.4 we stayed in Lincoln, so we didn't have to charge there because we charged overnight. So I don't think I've ever actually stopped at the Electrify America there. Yeah, I know there's a lot of wind, and I think my impatience got the best of me in regards to that, because if I had charged probably another 5-10 minutes in Waukee, I probably would have been fine to make it all the way to Lincoln, but the wind combined with my impatience of it getting below 80 kilowatt, I guess it's just meaning I need to make another stop, unfortunately. Going west across Nebraska, South Dakota, or North Dakota is almost always going into the wind. Going east is always pretty easy because you're usually going with the wind. I don't believe there is a list of people that have been to Electrify Americas or other DC fast chargers. The problem is that with the supercharger list, it's on one of the Tesla forums, but there's not really an Electrify America forum to host that on, and all the different car makes are different, so you couldn't really have it on just one. Oh, congrats. Are you getting an R1S or an R1T? And what's your configuration? I'd love to hear about it. Mine sat at the Minneapolis Service Center for about a week for PDI. But I think they're probably moving them through a little bit quicker right now, given that it's just about the end of the quarter. No plans to be back in Norway as of now, but probably sometime in the next year, I would guess. Looks like we'll get to the Council Bluffs Electrify America with about 62 miles of range, apparently. That's 28 miles away, so that should be roughly 20%. I'm curious to see how the vehicle charges, because if you plug in a little bit higher state of charge, your pack voltage will be higher, so the same current will give you more power. So we might even see 220 kilowatts. I did not trade in any vehicles. I sold them separately from the Rivian purchase because I got much better value. The plan for this trip, I'm headed from Minneapolis area to Colorado, and then eventually I'll head from Colorado to Charlotte. But today we're headed from Minneapolis to probably somewhere in western Nebraska, eastern Colorado. We'll see how far I make it before I get tired, and then we'll stop at some point. I don't have any hotels booked or anything. I always just wing it. But this is basically my inaugural Rivian trip. I took next week off for a different trip that was planned, but Kaylee wasn't able to join. So long story short, I have next week off, and I decided to make it into a Rivian road trip week since I just took delivery. So the timing worked out really well. Not getting any preconditioning for fast charging warnings or messages. Likely the battery is already warm enough, so a little bit interesting in that regard. I guess it doesn't show up when it doesn't need it. ETA to the Council Bluffs charger is about 22 minutes. So that should be about 3:47 my time here. Situation with Circle K in the U.S. is good. We're deploying a bunch of chargers. Kind of where we're at. Working very hard at it. Yes, so Circle K used to be a bunch of different brands in the U.S. and then I think it was about a year and a half ago or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. That's when everything was rebranded to Circle K. So there's 10,000 stores in North America between the U.S. and Canada. Yeah, there are a lot more Circle K's in North America than in Europe even. I believe it's only about 4,000 in Europe. Yeah, Circle K doesn't have stores everywhere, but I'd say most of the populated portions of the country. And in the Midwest, so Minnesota, Wisconsin, North and South Dakota, and Alaska, and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, they're all holiday station stores. Those are all owned by Circle K as well. short, tall, the people that sit in the left lane huggers, because we have a lot of those here in the Midwest. It seems like there's a growing number of stations in Alaska, but mostly just in Anchorage and Fairbanks, I think, and maybe a few scattered in between. Definitely can't get up to Dead Horse very easily. They did some temporary DC fast charging infrastructure for a rally, but I wish they had done it as a permanent install. But beyond that, I don't really know a whole lot about DC fast charging in Alaska. I do wish that there was a way to easily drive between like continental US and Alaska in an EV, but right now there's a big gap in northern BC and Yukon. I think there's only a need for probably a few handfuls worth of stations. Probably 5-10 would bridge the gap. But a lot of them are 50 kilowatt stations, which is not ideal, but at least doable versus level 2. Got to record a clip for the main channel, the main video. So I did end up deciding to do a detour to the Council Bluffs station. We have 59 miles of range remaining, and it would have been very close to make it all the way to Lincoln. So we have 5.5 miles to Council Bluffs. We should arrive there, I think, roughly 20 or probably like 16-17%. I've been hammering it a bit once I made that decision, so burning up some extra juice. And I'm curious to see how the vehicle charges, starting at a little bit higher state of charge with the higher pack voltage. We might even see about 220 kilowatts, which would be cool. But we'll probably only charge there 10-15 minutes or so, and then we'll head to Lincoln, and I'll probably be doing a pretty deep charge in Lincoln. Yeah, I've used the EA in Lincoln quite a few times, and it's pretty reliable for me as well. Most of the Signet units are pretty reliable. Yeah, I believe Grand Island has ABB charging, which is probably part of the problem. It's nice to see some civilization again. For now. Yeah, I plan to only stop at the ones that have Signet, most likely. I'll look on PlugShare. But this one's a very small Detour in Council Bluffs. I believe this one's at Walmart. Surprisingly, there aren't that many Electrify Americas at Walmarts along this route, which is pleasant. Yeah, I don't think I've been to this before. I would remember this kind of mess of a setup. Now the joys of finding it in the Walmart parking lot. Found it. There's an EQB charging. An ID.4, an EQB, and an i4. Wow, what a setup. That's actually super cool. I've never seen an EQB in person. Hopefully I can make this work. think I'm gonna have to park pretty close here, pulling up my cameras. And I think I should be able to make that work to reach. So let me move you guys up top here. Point it back down at the screen. There's the 360 cam that the Rivian has. Energy, there we go. We're at 18%, and let me start recording for the main video. And we've just made it to Council Bluffs. We're at 18%, 54% estimated. Let's see how far to Lincoln. So only 63 miles, but it doesn't think we can get there. Well, we'll have to charge first. So there's an ID.4 flipping around here. We have a Mercedes EQB. Of course, this one doesn't reach. Yeah, I can pull closer. Sure. And I'm moving spots over there. This ID.4 here is actually a viewer, so hello. I did not catch your name yet. But I appreciate you saving the 350 for me, essentially. I'm gonna move over to this side because one of the cords didn't reach. But should reach on this side. And let's try this again.
too easy. I've never had a Tesla, but since owning EVs now, I see those comments. Yeah. And people are all mixed up. Nothing. They don't think that. Hopefully we'll get there. I mean, worst case, you move a couple stalls. That's about it with the Tesla. Oh, Mark. 34. Yeah. Which is good anyway. I like the bit maxing out. They told the wheel really well. No, these are the just normal ATs. The dark have more of a flat price. I originally thought I wanted those.
Still on hold with Electrify America. Yeah. We got 54 miles. There's a bunch of charge points along the way.
We have a little smart car too, like a smart car. There's a charge point at the Cabela's right off the interstate on I-80 towards Lincoln. You'll see it. You know, there's a charge point.
Is that this one maybe?
Let's see. Where's the list? Can you see this? That's on the line. They're not big. I live in this stuff. But there's a charge point there at the back of Cabela's. But I don't know how, it's got two, a little faster one and a slower one. And I've used the slow one on the smart just to try it. It takes no time to charge.
Oh, here we go. Southport Shopping Center.
Yeah, that'd be it.
Yeah,
But I don't know how, there's two,
Yeah.
you know, but there's one's faster than the other. But you might just get
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I only need like 10 kilowatt hour really.
Well, you can always come to my house along the way, but it's a 40 amp.
That'd be even slower.
It's 40 amps, so I don't know. You might be there a little bit.
Yeah.
Before you get anything, but it's worst case scenario. Oh, you do have the ocean coast.
Yeah.
That's right. I like it. That's what I got settled in at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice.
I keep going back and forth.
I think it's worth it.
Well,
Do you
especially
have Volks pricing?
Yes.
Okay, so
that's the main
forget it.
thing. That's why I
Get
told
it.
my wife. I said it's like money in the bank. It's like, you know, $2,000. You know, just you're getting
free. Yeah, get it.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine that he's really torn on spending the extra $2K on it because he ordered after new pricing. I'm like, still, just get it. It's a $95,000 truck for him. Like, get the interior you want.
Yeah,
You look at it every day.
Oh yeah. That's nice. You didn't order any of the other stuff, like kitchen or tent or anything?
No.
Other stuff?
Well, I got bars and all-weather mounts. That's it.
I got the bars and the all-weather mat. They just don't have them yet or something?
No, they're shipping them to my house. So they'll arrive. They'll meet me at home, basically.
Well, that's nice. So you're going to Colorado, though?
Yeah, we go to Colorado, then North Carolina.
What are you going all the way to Colorado for?
For fun. I have next week off.
Oh, okay. So you're going to take it off-road a little
Well,
bit?
so Kayla and I was supposed to go to Nantucket with her family next week, but she just started a new job, so she can't get time off. So I was like, oh, well, I have a new truck, and I have time off, so I'm taking a road trip.
You going to see Kyle out there?
It sounds like he's busy, but I might meet up with Jordan, or if Kyle ends up being in town with how his schedule works, he'll probably end up being there the whole time.
Probably would. You guys are kind of all together, but I know there's that all-electric family down in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah, I'm meeting up with a really good friend of mine in Lincoln, otherwise I would have met up with the all-electric family there.
Every time I charge there, it's a Casey's there.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward because gas pumps and some, well, you can pull straight in though.
Yeah, it's
We have
fine
to
for
back
me.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm always wondering if I'll see him. I've never seen him. Yeah, there's some pretty good videos. But I know he took his out there and met him with Carl.
Yeah.
It's an awesome off-roader, right? Kellen's are the wet, so we had to go a little closer. How far do you think you could go on your range if you were going?
I could make it there if I wanted to, if I was patient enough to drive 60.
That's the thing. It does make all the difference.
Yeah.
We first got that in the winter. We tried to go from Omaha to Grand Island, 135 miles to West by America. 100% charge. We made it, but it was our first adventure, and I was petrified. I didn't think we were going to make it.
Yeah.
I'd heard about turtle mode and stuff, and I thought we weren't going to make it.
The ID.4 is pretty stout. You can put it to 0, it's fine.
Yeah. We were going speed limit. It was 17 degrees into a headwind with all the heat on.
Yeah.
You know, so afterward, people said, "Oh no," I said, "You gotta keep the heat down, go slower, and follow a truck." I said, "If you can."
Turn on your heated seats instead of your heat.
Yeah, I learned.
Yeah.
As far as we've ever made it is from Omaha to Kansas City. That first drive we did, that was 199 miles. Can't even go.
Kansas City's that close to here?
190 from my house in La Vista. Well, a little farther maybe from right here. Maybe not.
Okay. I did not realize that this is that close to Kansas City.
It was the same distance to the EA or the Rivian event.
Okay.
They were 30 miles apart.
Yeah.
They were literally 199 or 196. So we went to the EA, charged, and went to the Rivian event. And there's a plug in there at their too.
Yeah, that's what I did with the Polestar.
Yeah, kept it going. Yeah. And then we went from there. Not getting back, that's too bad.
I think I'm just gonna head to the church now. Oh, now it's raining.
Oh, good. Well, maybe just restart it. Maybe. We need to pull away then.
Hi Roy, I'm trying to charge here in Councilville, Iowa, and I'm unable to activate the station. Is having some network issues. Yes, 100153004. It's not working. I've charged it 50 plus new stations. It simply doesn't work. I can't activate it with the app. I can't activate it with the Apple Wallet. I can't activate it with a credit card. It is the screen and everything acts like it's going to work, but it's not working. My Apple won't even pull up the station to try and so no, you can reset. Plugged in. It's the Volkswagen ID.4. Yes, I've had 7 or 8 EVs. Says pay by credit card. Yeah, it doesn't. Do you maybe need to do a soft reset or something? Okay. So it should be free, everything? Okay. Yep, I'm unplugged. Go ahead, restart it.
You can get this one going too.
Yeah, and while you're at it, number 3 is showing unavailable. I don't know if there's anything you can do for that. Okay, all right.
saw some other people done it.
So do you have any connectivity to the station right now? Okay, well that's promising. So I guess there's really not a whole lot you can do then.
Somewhere here.
Alrighty then, I guess I'll go to. Nope, the other two are used. So I guess I'll go to the charge point down the street. Yep, can you please mark that so that our needs else doesn't run into this place? Perfect, thank you. I only need a little bit of charge, so speed is really not. It's 60. It's the EV. Yeah, sounds good. See you around.
I guess you kind of got me convinced. Those are the I like.
Yeah, I don't know if I range test. That's not really my cup of tea.
You don't do those?
I don't really have the patience for it. I'll let Tom and Kyle do those.
That's what I would love to do, just the rain test.
Ugh.
Something about it.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
in Charlotte, there's not really a good spot to do it. Like, there's too many cities around, whereas, like, Kyle can go to the middle of
You're right.
nowhere.
You can watch. I just wanted to see somebody do a range test, swap tires, and do a range test again. Same truck. With the,
Well, I mean, Kyle did a range test with the all-terrains.
yeah, but
With the press truck.
Press truck. I could go back. I'm sure I've
Yeah,
seen
because
it.
he did.
I kind of stopped watching. I was mad when you guys were.
He didn't actually go through any social media stuff. It was just because he knows someone on the engineering side.
Yeah.
And I know multiple people that got it. He's just the most well-known
Right, he
person.
said that, and he explained it recently on a video with
Multiple
somebody.
friends of mine actually got it through the
Really?
same Friends and Family program.
Right, that's when he got it, though. That's something
Yeah,
I like.
I could have gotten one at that time
Really?
too, but I wasn't ready to buy one.
Yeah. Well, they're expensive.
Yeah,
But you just got the Polestar too. So how's that going?
I sold it. It's already gone.
Do you have video on it?
Yeah, I made a bunch of
I
videos on
didn't
it.
see. Well, I saw the videos on the Polestar. Some of them.
Oh yeah, I made a selling the Polestar
Oh,
video.
I haven't seen that one. I'll check it out.
It's fun. Kaylee's like the most authentic she ever has been because she hated the car.
Really? I did know she said something about it being uncomfortable.
Yeah. Oh, she let loose when it was like,
Really?
oh, we're selling it now. I can be mean to it.
Really? You liked it?
Oh, that was pretty good. I won't
I
sell
seen
it forever.
one somewhere.
Yeah.
It's all right. It looked real plain. I mean, I didn't.
It drives really well.
Yeah, it looked nice. Oh, that's I did not know that. So this is the only EV right now.
Only car we have right now.
You're gonna keep it though.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years is the plan.
Well, that's what my wife said. When I showed her the video when you're doing all your pay protection with that guy up there in Minnesota. And she said, "Well, he's not gonna keep it." She said, "Well," I said, "Maybe."
There's literally nothing else on the market I want.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that does what this does.
No, that's what everybody says.
It has great range. It can do just about anything. It charges fast, and I got it at a great price.
Yeah, that's you know what? That's the one thing keeping me ever from canceling.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to cancel it. It's like $20,000 in the bank just to keep it. But I think I'll like it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You know that Max Pack battery too? I don't know.
I'm skeptical that it's actually going to come.
The lady when I went to my first drive event, she pretty much didn't officially say it, but she doesn't think. She said the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that would do it.
I don't think it's really
It's just they
necessary.
got rid of the Explorer package or whatever, and I think, they just don't have the batteries anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they can make 3 of these for every 2 of those.
I had my first configuration had that, you know, Max Pack way back, but now I just got the back. This air is perfect. I have learned drive. We went to Colorado on that, and it was no issue.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to suck. You know,
Yeah, it's
just
really
charging. No, it was better.
It's fine, yeah.
I swear, we got there.
You're more
I told
relaxed.
people, yep, I got there and I was fresh. Instead of
Yeah.
getting there, oh, you know,
Yeah.
we've been driving 500 miles with like one stop.
Yeah.
We stopped with grandkids, we stop, they get out, we
Yeah.
go to Walmart, we get a little something. By the time we come out, let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
It was nice. It's just not so bad. All right, well, good luck.
Thank you. I'm gonna need it sounds like.
Yeah, I hope you get to Lincoln.
Yeah, thank you.
My car's leaving.
Oh, maybe I'll pull over there quick and just try it.
See.
Well, I talked to Electrify America. They tried to reset the station and weren't able to because it doesn't have network connectivity. Funny how that works. But now the EQB is leaving, so I'm going to try that station and hope for the best. Otherwise, there's a charge point down the street that I can use. That's 62 kilowatt. So let's try this out, I suppose. I guess I have to back in. Oh, okay, so this one's complimentary session. I guess it didn't take the status on the other one. Are you leaving?
Yep.
Okay, because that one's faster, so I'll pull in there when you leave.
Yes.
So there's the i4, that one's also leaving, and he's on the 350. So I'm gonna use that one here once he leaves. So we'll see how this goes. Well, it looks like this one has a new cable. So, all right, I'm gonna record for the main video here. I'll put you guys back up on the roof. And we'll see how this goes. To be able to get to Lincoln. Let's see, are we charging yet? Okay, so we're getting not full power, 103 kilowatt. Not great, but I'll take it over 62 and certainly over 0. Working. I'm getting 103 kilowatt, which is better than 62 and better than 0. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I forgot what the cutoff is between when it switches between miles per hour and miles per minute. I like it better. Yeah.
don't know when that update's supposed to be coming here, do you? That 2.4 update?
So I sold mine.
Yeah.
I was done waiting.
I know. You know, before we bought it, it was going to be every 2 or 3 weeks.
It was every 12 weeks is what they were saying, like quarterly roughly.
I never got an update.
Nope, I never got one either. So I was like, I'm done with this.
2.4, then the 3. Then is there 3.1 even?
Yeah, the 2022s have 3.1.
That's just frustrating.
It's so
like
stupid.
You guys, I see videos all the time. Oh, there's this little, there's all kinds of little.
Yeah, they just added camp mode to it. It levels itself on uneven terrain.
Camp mode, that's right. Yeah, but see, why can't they, if they have a little thing, just go ahead and send it out, fix it? You know,
Apparently they need a new 12-volt battery to support being able to update the modules. I don't know, it's dumb.
There's a lot of dumb things about it. I like it for the most part. My wife's in the car, she knows to drive it, but I mean, there's 4 USB-C ports, right?
No 12-volt.
No 12-volt, no 110.
Yeah.
Is there?
I added.
There's no USB port.
That's fine. That's how every car should be.
Yeah, but my old phone, I got in there the other day because my phone gets charged all the time, and I don't like the wireless charger.
Yeah, I don't use it
I
either.
don't like it. So I brought
What
the
kind of phone do
charger.
you have?
What's that?
What kind of phone do you have?
It's a Samsung Galaxy S8. So, I mean, I could buy a cord.
Yeah, I was going to say just buy a USB-C. That's what everyone
But I
uses
wasn't
anyway.
thinking. I just jumped in the car, grabbed the cord from the charger, and said, I was going to plug it in.
Yeah.
And we've
I
had
mean,
it.
that's just every car these days.
And then
This doesn't have any USB-A either.
Really? No no AM radio.
That's normal on electric cars. It interferes with motors. Or the
Really?
motors
Well,
interfere.
at least somebody had that. There you go.
Yeah.
If you ever said that on a video, you should say that. Because we got in there the first time, even if the salesman, he just showed us everything, you know. Where's the AM radio? Because just set the stations. And some, not very often, but once in a while, on the right circumstance, you want to hear like the Husker football game or the
motors
weather.
interfere with that.
I know that. That's
There's a reason for it.
There's something out of a few other things, but they're just little. I mean, there's no car wash. The first time my wife went to take me to the car wash,
yeah,
she
just
just
freaks out with
oh my
locking
God,
and
just
unlocking,
slamming the
yeah.
brakes. You gotta go in the modes and shut off all those little things to go to the car wash. Why can't they just have a one button car wash, you know? And then you're done. It's got a ways to go, I guess. They'd be better.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be just jump things. So you're still gonna stop in Lincoln?
Yeah. I'm going to dinner though.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
He's going to pick me up at the charger, I'm going to deep charge and stuff, and then
Look at that.
they'll take care of it.
Oh.
Got multiple.
Like a flashlight.
Yeah.
That's one thing I forgot to look at my first ride with that flashlight. I like that. Have you used it for anything? Probably not.
Yeah, I used it last night actually.
Look at that. It's heavy.
It's got a
This is the
2170.
777th battery, is that right? I understood it.
7,777 battery.
That's not bad. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's actually pretty bright too.
Yeah, it's very cool. Look at that.
You can see it in the middle of the day, yeah. And the camp speaker?
Yeah, I forgot to see that too. Have you ever tried it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's a nice little speaker. We have a swimming pool in the backyard. I can just take that right around back.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it in the pool.
Yeah.
Little things like this someday might be worth some money. That's why I thought about the camp kitchen and stuff that I really don't want. It's quick.
Yeah, the camp kitchen's way overpriced. I did want the gear tunnel shuttle.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, it does have plugs built into the tunnel, right?
Well, if you put stuff in the middle, it's just a pain in the ass. So that's why having the shuttle would be nice.
It's expensive.
$1,500. It's not terrible.
Better than the camp kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of functionality, $1,500 is not unreasonable.
You're going to get it then?
I mean, assuming it keeps that price.
Have you ever seen anybody of one of these without the power tunnel?
They don't exist.
You better order.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've seen so many negative things about it. Everybody complains about it that I thought about deleting it just because.
You won't get a truck anytime soon.
Yeah.
I mean, mine seems fine.
Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be opening it that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once in a while. I'm going to have to too. That's a moment out top.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I found those other 2 cars left. So, right when we ran the car left, we did like get a car. I was able to pull in here and 250 charger, and the other guy left button down on it now.
Yeah, the 103.
Yeah, that kind of car's nice.
No,
But you have the spare tire?
yeah.
I definitely ordered that. We don't have a spare tire in that. That is a nice spot. Yeah.
Well, the other equipment is all here.
I saw where you had said you liked the sidewall on that, and I agree 100%.
Yeah, it looks good.
I wish we could have got this. Oh, look at that.
You did that or your wife?
I did not do that. I did not do that. I never saw that.
That almost takes some skill, because Kaylee almost broke the crap out of mine, but she didn't. It just scraped the tire.
Somebody else would say, I wish we could get this smaller wheels.
Yeah. Well, I have 9 speed bumps between where we parked and where the parking garage. Yeah, the Polestar and the Mini were not fun over that.
Absolutely 100% what we need. She's let her sister drive it a couple of times.
Oh. Yeah, car protection?
No. There was some kind of wheel and protector. And I just, I always,
I saw it making claim to get that fixed. Yeah.
but I always say no, but she wanted it.
I think it's like $500, which, like, if you have someone in your family that's prone to dirt crash, probably a good idea.
I can wish you would have done it. I got it. How fast is yours charged? Probably 200.
No, just over 100. It's not a good full power.
You're going on today, then. I stayed with it.
No, I'm going to keep going as far as I can.
I want to tell them where that was next. We went to Colorado. We were definitely watching those. And I think we always skipped that time. That time it was wonderful. It's not coming at all. Had no problem. But then since then, I've seen a lot of people say that had nothing to do with no problem.
It's the ABB hardware. It seems like my thing that should be here. So, sometimes I do a deep charger.
Yeah, you got
This will do 300 if I'm nice. Or like if I'm not nice.
I used to think Moto was a lot better. Honestly, after that version of Moto, I realized
Or slightly more than the ID.4.
Yeah, 300 is great.
Yeah, I think 300 is the sweet spot.
I ended up just sit on more than 350 until she found out how much it was. And
Oh.
500. Yeah.
Those flag umbrellas or just striped?
The Nebraska.
Oh, okay. He's not wrong.
Every time they come over here, I'm not really
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Brandon,
Yeah. Glad you could swing by and say hi.
watching your videos,
Appreciate it.
and you like them.
It's a pretty great business model. You get to make me money by just watching something.
And it's something I like to watch, so it works out great. You haven't heard anything about what the wait time is on these now? Have you anything new that I wouldn't have heard?
It seems to be accelerating a bit, but I don't have anything specific.
They kept telling me by the end of the summer I'd know my delivery window.
When did you order?
January, I think.
Okay.
This past January. But then they said I saw something.
You're probably looking early next year, maybe by the end of the year. Yeah.
That's not too bad. But they just said I'd have my window at the end of summer.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I did hear an update on that. Apparently, it's coming in October.
I saw
that on Reddit or
I didn't see
Facebook.
it from.
Yeah, but it's a chat message or something.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm gonna need it. All right, I stopped the charging here. I think we have enough charge to make it to Lincoln. And let's get going here. Film a little bit for the main video. All right, charge up to 32%, 95 miles estimated. We added 20 kilowatt hours in 12 minutes. Definitely not 12 minutes on site here though. So even though we were only charging for 12 minutes, I was here for probably half an hour, I would guess. Tried using number 4 first, being that that was the unit that was open and seemed available, and couldn't get it to activate, and eventually called Electrify America, and they said that it should be free. It wasn't, so because I know to look for the complimentary session message on the screens. But then the guy tried to do a hard reset on it to try and get the status to update, I guess. And I guess it had a heartbeat 2 minutes ago from the station to the server, but the hard reset wouldn't go through, so there was essentially nothing he could do to make it work for me. But luckily, right after that, as I was about to depart for the charge point nearby at a Cabela's, a 62.5 kilowatt CP250, the BMW i4 and the Mercedes EQB drivers actually came out at basically the exact same time. I don't know if they know each other or what, but that made it so that I could use the number 2, I believe it was. Sorry, I'm driving here. And I got about 110 kilowatts, so definitely not full power, but better than 0 and better than 62 kilowatt. So charged up, and now we're headed to Lincoln. We'll have a little bit of a buffer. I'm meeting my friend Megan for dinner there. And we'll probably get a decently deep charge because dinner won't be that fast. And then I think the next stop will probably be Lexington, Nebraska, I believe, but I'll have to double check on the map. So hopefully you guys on the live stream heard some of that. That kind of summarized what was happening there. Moved multiple times. They couldn't get number 4 to reset because it wasn't connecting to the network. And if you can't connect to the network, you can't trigger a remote reset. And there's no way for me to initialize it on site because I'm not a technician. So yeah, it was a very frustrating experience to say the least. But I got a little bit of charge. It was free. And now we're headed to Lincoln, Nebraska, Casey's Electrify America on the west side of Lincoln. If I had known I would have so many troubles at the station, I probably would have just slowed down a bit and made it all the way to Lincoln, and I would have gotten there probably half an hour sooner. But normally charging more is faster, assuming you can actually charge. Nuts. This police officer was running lights to fly up the left lane and now just cut over. It seemed like he maybe didn't actually need to be, or I guess he's maybe pulling someone over. I'm not entirely sure. It seemed not great that he was just running lights because he seemingly could. There were two police officers just in reverse. I don't understand what's happening. I actually don't mind the Rivian turn signal noise. The other noise was the Driver Plus. That's almost a more annoying noise. Ryan's asking, what is the most confusing FUD I've heard about EVs? I would say all the people that are convinced, like, infinite power type stuff, like running an alternator off the electric motor or off the wheel, putting solar on the car, wind turbines on EVs, things like that don't make any sense because you can't just create energy from nothing. There's always, it takes energy to transfer it, essentially. You're not ever creating it. Also kind of touching on the topic before of like that you have to charge for 8 hours every single time, even though that logically makes absolutely no sense if you give it some thought that people do road trip. What about you guys? What's the most confusing FUD you guys hear about EVs? Yes, I work for a charging company, but not Electrify America or any of the big ones. At least not yet in North America. Yeah, the flooded supercharging meme is, it's so dumb. I don't even acknowledge those anymore. Or the charging by minute ones that then they try and use 8 hours as the metric when it's actually a DC fast charger and it's like 20 minutes and try and say that it's hundreds of dollars. Glad you like the color. I certainly do as well. Hello to France. We're currently at 16% charge, 47 miles estimated range, and the vehicle thinks we'll get there at 22 miles of range. We have 20 miles to go, 18 minutes, and I'll probably be ending the live stream when I get there because I'm going to go get dinner with a friend of mine. Maybe I'll resume the live stream after dinner, but it might not be till tomorrow. Does anyone know if there's a way to keep the comments open on the YouTube live stream screen? Because for me, it only seems to show them and then make them fade away after like 30 seconds. So I have to look at the comments on my phone. Or if there's a way to make the comments bigger on the iPad screen, that would be great. Yes, there definitely are some big bugs on the windshield. The front end of the truck is pretty busy, or is pretty bug covered too. It's actually pretty warm here, 84 degrees. The Rivian dash shows 90, but I'm not convinced that's 100% accurate. cabin noise is pretty good. I'm also going fairly quick, so that's why it's a little louder, and I think it's louder on the stream versus in reality just due to how close it is to the windshield. So I wouldn't necessarily use the audio level on the stream as an indication of the real world cabin noise. I'm not sure why you're here saying that Tesla is better. Like, why are you here? What prompted that? I might visit Kyle if he's in town, but he is not a man that plans well. He thinks he's going to be out of town most of the time I'm in Colorado, but we'll see. I mean, maybe I'll meet up with just Jordan or something. But yeah, I definitely know Kyle well, and if he's in town, we'll definitely be meeting up and maybe shoot something with both our Rivians, who knows. Exactly, Brian. There's a big difference between a Model 3 and a Rivian R1T. Like, they're not even remotely comparable vehicles, or even any of Tesla's vehicles versus the R1T. You could kind of compare the R1S and the Model X, but even those are not really the same at all. Uchendu, what kind of EV are you taking on that road trip from New York City to Chicago? And are you going through Canada and then through Michigan, or are you just going all the way around? Because personally, I'd probably go through Canada. I think that sounds more fun. Maybe not the fastest, but a little more fun. Looks like the street's closed up there, so that's fun. But it looks like it's closed right after the Casey's, which is convenient. Yeah, not sure what's going on here. Construction, maybe? Oh, looks like there was a motorcycle accident. That's not good. All right, well, we have arrived here. I'll put the camera up real quick so you guys can see a little bit of the charging, but otherwise I'm going to be taking it down here shortly. And I can't put it on show and tell mode because it's below 30 miles of range. One day I'll remember that. And here we go, we're on the charging screen, we're at 5%. So let me shoot here for the regular video. And it's showing complimentary sessions, so that's nifty. And we've just arrived to the Lincoln, Nebraska supercharger, Electrify America station. We're at 5% state of charge, 13 miles. Let's just look at the efficiency here. That was our last session. Efficiency, I have not reset it since this morning, so we're averaging 1.81 miles per kilowatt hour, and we're gonna hit 1,000 miles on our next charging jaunt. Now we're down to 4%. Looks like it was just on the cusp. Got the live stream going still for hours. Thank you to anyone that watched that live stream. And we're charging, so that's good. Ramping up slowly here. And I'm glad it's a free session because I'm gonna be dropping my car off for a little bit here and going to dinner. Let's see how fast it goes. Still ramping up, 150. Good, it's getting there. And looks like we are getting the full 500 amps, so very happy with that. awesome. I'm at almost 1,000 miles.
How much are you wanting to put on it?
Oh, I'll probably put like 5,000 on it in the next like month.
So you're just going to Colorado with home?
Yeah. That's a lot, like 3,000 miles.
Yeah. That's it? I feel like it'd be more for some reason.
I don't know, it's not that far to Colorado. It's like 1,100, I think, and then it's only like 1,800. So I'll probably put on a few hundred around Colorado.
Yeah. It's nice. I
Thank
watched
you.
your YouTube.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. I like it a lot. The charge is pretty quick.
This is, you were telling me about this last time you were out here, right? Is this
I
the
ordered
same
this
one?
18 months ago.
Is this the same one you were telling me about though?
Probably.
They're not, you know somebody that makes it or maybe not?
Maybe? I mean, I know people have heard of it.
Okay. Wow. Oh, it's nice.
Yeah. Adios, guys. I'm turning off the stream. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and definitely turn on notifications because I'll probably be live again.